Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Sukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvati Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyananda, with the grace and unending compassion of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, we welcome you all with our love and respect. We welcome all the devotees, disciples, Kailasavasis, Gurukul Balasans, Nithyananda University students, viewers, visitors watching us live on Kailasa TV and Kailasa's Nithyananda TV to yet another extraordinary day of Nithya Satsang. If this is the first time you are joining us on Kailasa's Nithyananda TV, a very special and warm welcome to you. to the official TV programming for Sri Kailasa, the greatest and only Hindu nation in the world. Sri Kailasa is a Hindu nation revived by His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Sri Kailasa is dedicated to the preservation, restoration, and revival of an enlightened culture and civilization based on authentic Hinduism. Spread the message of Sri Kailasa. Share this Satsang. During the Guru Purnima address this year, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam gave a simple message: enrich yourself with enlightenment and enrich the world with enlightenment. We invite all of you to enrich. Share this video on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and other social media platforms you're watching us. Also, don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Kailasa's Nithyananda TV, to receive exciting updates about Sri Kailasa. The global Akhanda Nirvikalpa Samadhi Jnana Yajna is in its 63rd day. On May 13, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam started this movement to give the world a super conscious breakthrough and heal the world from COVID-19. Since then, people from over 50 countries continuously sit and radiate the space of Paramashiva by participating in the process of unclutching, sitting in Nirvikalpa Samadhi, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. 601 people sessions from 13 zones around the world from 50 countries contributed to 36,060 minutes for peace as part of this initiative on the 63rd day. Every zone starts with chanting the Mahavakya initiated by Swamiji for 1 hour, and then chanting of Upanishads and Bhagavad Gita for 1 hour, and then sitting in the process of Nirvikalpa Samadhi, unclutching. At any given time, there are at least 4 to 8 zones actively unclutching around the world. Free introductory meditation classes are available and no prior experience is necessary. So log on to kailasa.tv/Minutes for Peace and join the Minutes for Peace movement. On July 14, 2020, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam delivered Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa. The world, as we all know, is dead, over. Society was created with delusional ideas of too many human beings as blind spots and decisions made from those blind spots. The Washington Post reports the pandemic may forever change the world's cities. A quick look at the article says, the pandemic may forever change the world's cities. And basically saying that it was mostly the worst of times. Life is a shadow of what it once was. And the crisis is both exposing profound systemic problems and raising tough questions about whether cities will ever be able to return to what they once were. There is a survey that in the United States, it was found that 70% of smaller restaurants don't expect to reopen should the coronavirus crisis last more than 4 months. And it's looking like it is going to be. The pandemics have inspired substantial innovation and changes before, but the current situation has completely changed. The pandemic has become the normal. The new normal, tens of billions of urban service jobs will disappear. The only chance to prevent this labor market is to invest billions of dollars in anti-pandemic healthcare, the story goes on to say. And also, another effect of this greed-based economy, the United Nations reports that the pandemic will actually cause more global inequality. The Department of Economic and Social Affairs of the United Nations reports that the department is basically seeing that the situation and prospects of May 2020, the world economic situation identifies that the pandemic crisis will worsen global inequality. And the report goes on to say the pandemic puts as many as 160 million jobs in tourism, manufacturing, and commodity sectors in developing countries at risk. So there are going to be massive job losses, and the governments in developing countries lack necessary fiscal resources to fight the pandemic and minimize the fallout. The report goes on to show how the COVID-19 pandemic is different from the economic shutdown, where this leads to a completely different, unprecedented crisis as multiple economies at the same time are affected. The global employment share, as it is listed here, is going to completely alter itself. And this leads to income inequality. Then selected country groups, the average, and how the projection is in March 2020, how the manufacturing activities have slowed down. That is going to lead to even more economic inequalities. The greed-based economy has once again failed the world to provide the solutions. Manufacturing will be facing a sharp contraction. It's taking a major toll on global manufacturing. And commodities also bracing prolonged price slump. Commodity-dependent countries are going to face the brunt of this pandemic. Across the board, decline in commodity prices in the first quarter of 2020, as illustrated in this graph. And the global trade is unraveling. How it used to at one point is not there anymore. The stakes are too high, the report says, to allow increasing inequality. The global slowdown will put 1 in 5 jobs in these sectors, as many as 160 million jobs, at high risk. This was from the United Nations, a monthly briefing on the world economic situation and prospects. Swamiji says, if the visionary of a civilization or country or nation has blind spots, then he develops the vision for it. The whole civilization suffers those blind spots forever. If some religious leader is angry, violent, and writes something with that, and it becomes a scripture, all the followers of that religion suffer from it forever. The blind spots of the various visionaries and the founding forefathers of various religions, nations, societies, civilizations, countries are suffered by the followers. Now it is time the nature, Prakriti, resets itself. Paramashiva is resetting the whole human civilization, just rebooting. The whole Pralaya, Swamiji calls it Naimitika Pralaya, which is not the end of the world, but cleansing of the world. Many of the blind spots based visions, ideas became important components of the society. As an example, Swamiji says the meat eating lifestyle, how or whose blind spot it is. It has become a regular lifestyle of a larger part of humanity, which is absolutely wrong. The crime that we are doing against nature and to our own bodies. We are stopping the natural progress of our innate intelligence. The chemistry of our biology is terribly disturbed by making meat eating as a lifestyle. And Swamiji says, personally, he has lived in the forest for many years. He was born and brought up in literally the forest of Tiruvannamalai. In the foothills from his home, the Arunachala hill is not even 500 meters. The end of the street is the hill. It is literally the hill slope that the street is. The hill slope that the street in which he was born and brought up is there. Not only in Tiruvannamalai, Swamiji has lived in multiple cities, multiple forests for many years. And he says, animals respond to you based on the chemistry of your biology. The vegetarian biology has its own chemistry. Here in this message, Swamiji beautifully states that the vegetarianism is the only diet for Kundalini awakening. And he also explains why vegetarianism is the appropriate diet for Kundalini awakening.
Awakening the potential bioenergy, your Kundalini energy. In Sanskrit, we have the word Kundalini. The equivalent English word can be awakening the inner potential energy, potential bioenergy. Through the diet, awakening your potential energy. I wanted you to understand how the various diets impact that inner potential energy. First truth I wanted to present in front of all of you: you become what you eat. Anything you eat, that becomes you. One part of what you eat becomes your bone, muscle, flesh, blood. One part of what you eat becomes your words. One part of what you eat becomes your thinking. One part of what you eat becomes your feeling. One part of what you eat becomes your being. You need to understand there is no such thing as inanimate in the universe, whether it is human being or a stone in the street. It only, the variation is only degree of life, not the existence of life. Please understand. The variation is only the degree of life, not the existence of life. Whether it is a human body or the stone in the street, only the degree of life. So, we need to understand, when we kill an animal for our food and consume that as a food, what all the effects happening to our inner potential energy. And if we eat vegetarian sattvic diet, the word sattvic means pure. If we eat the pure diet, what happens to our inner potential energy? Our flesh has a capacity to store the memory. All our memories are stored, recorded in our flesh. Your emotions and your body is very closely connected because your memories are recorded in your body. When an animal is killed, the animal is not going to be blessing all of us and the world when it is dying. Naturally, it is going to express so much of hatred, fear, anger, unfulfilled desire for life, a deep incompletion. When it is dying, it is going to release such powerful incompletion into its muscle memory, into its biomemory, into its body. Please understand, it carries a subtle but very powerful poisonous toxins. So the basic truth, when you eat food filled with so much of incomplete biomemory, incomplete bioenergy, the incomplete memories, what is going to happen to our muscle memory and biomemory, to our body? Please understand, your muscle memory or biomemory is going to be created only out of what you eat. The subtlest part of your food becomes your muscle memory. Subtlest part of your food becomes your biomemory. If the subtlest part of your food is associated with so much of fear, anxiety, unfulfilled desire for life, and incompletion, then what kind of biomemory, muscle memory it is going to create in your body, you have to decide. You can visualize. So when you see a non-veg food in your plate, be very clear. You are taking plate full of depression, plate full of fear, plate full of anxiety, plate full of chemicals and toxins released during the fear when the animal is being terrorized, and plate full of incompletions. Look with this understanding and then decide, should you eat this or not? Second line, I wanted to go to the next truth, next idea I wanted to present in front of all of you. The pure food. How the vegetarian food is going to help you to awaken your biomemory. I'll talk about this purity of food and how it directly awakens your biomemory and bioenergy and ultimately the Kundalini Shakti, the inner potential energy. The food without anxiety, fear, depression biomemories. If they are consumed, the energy with which you think, the energy with which you utter words, the energy with which you act, energy with which you feel, everything will be aligned to the natural source of energy. It will be aligned to your nature, which is your inner potential energy. I tell you from my experience with myself and my millions of followers and disciples all over the world, your mood swings, the way you decide things in your life, the way you feel about you, the way you feel about the world, everything changes when your diet becomes vegetarian. Because with the vegetarian diet, the thinking becomes more subtle and settled. The agitation, aggression disappears. I've seen in my life, in my travels all over the world, meeting different cultures, civilization, people. From that I can see very clearly. And I can tell you from my experience, People who live as vegetarians, their bioenergy is very high. Their biomemory is very high. Constantly the emotions you cherish becomes source of your bioenergy. Whatever is source of your bioenergy impacts your thinking. Please understand, it's like a vicious circle. It's like one feeds the other. If you are constantly agitated, having depression, that becomes your bioenergy. If depression and agitation becomes your bioenergy, naturally you tend to think towards more depression and more agitation. So what you think becomes your bioenergy. What is your bioenergy forms the basis for your thinking. With this understanding, you can decide on your own whether vegetarian food leads you to more agitation, depression, or non-vegetarian food leads you to more agitation and depression. You can test on your own body. I tell you, testing it on yourself will be the best way to realize the power of vegetarian food. Testing it on your own is the best way to realize the power of pure food in your life. This pure food alone is enough to kindle, awaken the natural energy you are carrying, what I call Kundalini Shakti or inner potential energy or your bioenergy. Vegetarian food, by its nature, the way it comes to you, the way you consume it, awakens your bioenergy, biointelligence, biomemory, and keeps your muscle memory pure, keeps you more healthy, more alive, more inspired, more intelligent, more excited, more living.
In this next message, Swamiji clears up a very important misconception about plants and animals and essentially lays out the powerful cognition why eating animals and eating plants is not the same. Let's take a listen.
You cannot say no to the existence of animals. Listen. People come up with the argument, oh, plants also have pain, plants also have life. When you can eat them, why not animals? Listen. Plants have not developed the muscle memory to store the pain in them. So they do not existentially feel the pain. They do feel some kind of a alternation happening in them, but do not feel the pain. Pain as one of the important quality, getting stored and ability to replay itself is one of the important quality of the pain, which does not exist in plants. Please understand, getting stored and ability to replay itself is one of the important DNA qualities of pain. Plants don't have that. That is why eating plants, agricultural products are allowed. I can give you tons of examples. Naturally, human body is created for vegetarian lifestyle. And I am also warning the whole world. Within next 15 years, you will be able to support the whole population with food only if you decide to turn vegetarian. Because 30 pounds of food is necessary to make 1 pound flesh. Understand, 30 pounds of agricultural food which can be directly consumed by us is necessary to produce 1 pound flesh. So vegetarianism, vegetarian lifestyle is the most affordable. I tell you, just by being vegetarian, you are doing annadana, giving food for thousands of people. Whenever you consume a vegetarian meal, you are already giving meal to 29 people. Because you are not taking away 30% food into one meal. Understand? If you are consuming vegetarian food, already you are serving food for 29 people. So understand, every time you put your hand on the vegetarian food, remember 29 more people are blessing you for letting them have food. All practicing Hindus have to be vegetarian because saying no to life is most dangerous. You don't have the right to say no to life.
Actually, plants are also life, no doubt, but they have not developed a biomemory where the pain is stored and gets inside your system and creates pain. No. So if you consume them, if you consume plants, vegetables, there is no pain going inside your system along with it. There is no biomemory going inside. Pure energy, food, only that goes inside. But with the animal, the muscles have a capacity to store muscle memory and biomemory. So when the animals are killed, they leave a tremendous pain, suffering. They are not going to say, let the whole world be blissful and die. No. They leave so much of suffering and die that gets recorded in that muscle memory and biomemory. When you eat that, you will fall into depression for a small reason. Your husband late from the office for 5 minutes is enough to make him as a late husband. Understand? No. For a very small reason, you fall into depression because your biomemory is prone to depression. Understand, when you are eating the dead animal's flesh, you are also eating the muscle memory, biomemory recorded in it. That becomes part of you. You become prone to that pain. You become prone to that pain. That's the reason I request you to be a vegetarian. Please understand. Even if you are a seeker, without vegetarian lifestyle, you will not achieve anything. Vegetarian life is a basic need. Not only vegetarian lifestyle, not eating anything grown out of chemicals, pesticides and fertilizers. Chemicals, pesticides and fertilizers try to become more and more organic because chemicals create a toxic mental setup in your system. I am giving you the straight conclusions. Try to become more and more natural, organic consumer. It is good for your seeking, good for your mental balance, good for you. Overall, it is good for your enlightenment and manifesting all these powers.
Swamiji continued to say, maybe people who are working with animals, taking care of animals, who love animals and have pets, they will be able to prove what I'm saying through study, service and research. A biology which is based on vegetarian lifestyle, biology of vegetarian chemistry, is loved, respected and treated in a very friendly way by animals, including wild animals like tiger, lion and snake. I've seen tigers just in my breathing space. I've seen poisonous cobras and touched them. They have literally moved on my body. I've seen on multiple occasions how animals respond to the biology of vegetarian chemistry. These truths are consciousness based. People who are working with animals can understand exactly what Swamiji is saying. If you have a pet dog and you go to your friend's house who has a dog, that dog will be friendly with you. I've seen my old life, Swamiji says, he had a dog named Money. If people with pet dogs came home, he'll be very friendly with them. If vegetarian people come, he will not be very friendly but normal with them. If non-vegetarian people came, he'll be so unfriendly with them. Your very aura radiates friendliness when your biology is based on vegetarian chemistry. Don't ever think the impact of the food you eat leaves your system once the food is digested and leaves your system. The impact of regular food on our system is permanent. Every man carries all the imprint of muscle memory of the women with whom he had physical relationship. In the same way, the people who have non-vegetarian as regular food create intense anger, violence, agitation and terrorize animals. I worked with many mahouts who take care of elephants. They say that even once, if they ate non-vegetarian food, their elephant divorces them. Actually, the mahout and elephant relationship is very integrated. It's like a very honest relationship. Many countries, nations, civilizations suffer many blind spots based on the teachings, visions of their founders. It is time for nature to reset itself. That is why the world we used to know is dead. Literally, the new super consciousness based world is going to evolve. The new world order is going to evolve. Let us celebrate God, Paramashiva. This pralaya which is happening is melting down everything which is delusion based. World as we know is gone. Let us celebrate God. The only thing which can save all of us is learn and practice more and more unclutching. Only unclutching can save you from pandemic fatigue. Not the pandemic itself, the disease coronavirus, but the impact of coronavirus, the pandemic fatigue, the economy meltdown, tourism, celebrities losing their brand value. The way we used to relate and live our life is all melting down. Unclutching is the only way to keep ourselves together without melting down. Swamiji made a clear request to all the devotees, disciples and visitors. Watch all the satsangs on unclutching at tinyurl.com/unclutchinginfo. Practice more unclutching. Be in Nirahara Samyama. Help as many people as possible to learn and practice unclutching. Unclutching, signs of completion, oneness, ajapa japa of Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Deep feeling connection, yoga, puja, vegetarian diet, All these things only can save us to sail through this pralaya and give us a super conscious breakthrough. The chanting of the Mahavakya, the Ajapa Japa, Swamiji gave this message on November 26, 2014, how the world can be changed just by participating in Ajapa Japa. This is change the world with chanting.
Nithyanandeshwara Samarambam Nithyanandeshwari Madhyamam Asmadacharya Varyantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome all the Devas, Devatas, Devis, Ganas, Munis, Rishis, Gandharva, Yaksha, Kinnara, Kimburuda, Bhuta, Preta, Shiva Ganas, and all the Srimahans, Mahans, Kotaris, Tanedars, Samajis, Satsangis, visitors, viewers, every one of you, for this great auspicious Nithyanandeshwara Brahmotsavam. Dvajarohanam is done, flag is raised for Nithyanandeshwara's Brahmotsavam. So I invite all the Devatas, Ganas, Rishis, Kinnara, Gimburuda, Gandharva, Gandhara, Siddha, Yoga, Jnana, Jivan Mukta, Videha Mukta, Shivagana, everyone, to celebrate this great celebration on this amazing spiritual Punya Bhumi, Biddi Kshetra. City is sitting with us in two-way video conferencing, having Naina Diksha, Oklahoma Somanatham, Seattle Chidambaram, Los Angeles Arunachalam, Toronto Tirukkailayam, Morris Plains, New Jersey, Houston Kalahasti, Scottsdale, Arizona, Hong Kong Sirgari, Chicago, Amersfoort, Netherlands, Los Angeles, Viluppuram, Los Angeles, Hollywood, Charlotte, Srisailam, Sadhanananda, China, Hyderabad, Guadalupe, Tiruvannamalai, Dakota Dunes, Paris, Ohio, Malaysia, Singapore, Singapuram, Ohio, Prayag, Rajapalayam, San Jose, Madurai, Dubai, Nepal, Warrington, UK, and many more cities are joining. Hong Kong, Sirgari. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. As I committed, I'll continue to expand on Keep It Simple Shivoham series. Keep It Simple Shivoham series. Listen, today let us all invoke Mahadeva into our being so that he can make us experience Shivoham, just like he gave the same experience to Devi, I don't know how many millions of years before, but on this very day, Kartika Deepam day, which is falling on this year, December 5th, Devi was given that Shivoham experience by Mahadeva. We are celebrating the same Brahmotsavam. We are celebrating the same festival as a 10-day festival, Brahmotsavam. First thing, from today till January 13th, means Nithyananda Brahmotsavam, my birthday. Till then, all over the world, we will also do and we will inspire millions of people to chant and reside in the space of Shivoham at least 38 crore time. If one person continues to reside in that space and does ajapa of Shivoham, he will do at least 1 lakh time. Understand? When you do ajapa, it is not that every second you chant once. Your heart chants, your lungs chant, your throat chants. The depth, more and more depth it goes into your being, more and more parts of your being resonates with that Shivoham. So only when you start, it will be every second you chant once Shivoham, 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 Shivoham. But by second day, third day, especially if that space has started penetrating into your dream, first it will penetrate as a word, then you will see it will penetrate as a space. If it, as long as it remains as a word, I can say once a second, japa will happen. When it penetrates into the being, your whole body is vibrating. So it cannot be counted as one. It cannot be counted at all. Your whole being is constantly sending the intense waves of Shivoham to the world. Let's make at least few lakh people radiate the space of Shivoham and culminate it into Atirudra Mahayagna with the center theme of Shivoham. January 11th, 12th, 13th, we are going to have Atirudra Mahayagna with 108 Homaguntas, 108 priests, trained priests sitting and chanting, doing Rudrahoma continuously with all our sannyasis, brahmacharis, devotees, Gurukul kids, rishis, all of them also joining. Let's make this great offering to Mahadeva and surrender to him, asking him to shower all of us with the experience of Shivoham and enrich as many numbers as possible. All the Kotaris, Tanidars, Mahans, devotees, disciples, when you are going for Bhiksha Prachara Yatra, every day request people to chant Shivoham. Give Namadana formally with the grace of Mahadeva. I give you all now the Namadana Shivoham, Mahavagyadana Shivoham, and I authorize all of you go round and give this Mahavagyadana Shivoham. It is Mahavagya and Mahamantra, both. Mantra means worshipping the Lord. Mahavagya means realizing you are Lord. In the Shivoham both happens. In Aham Brahmasmi, only realizing you are the ultimate happens, Mahavagya. In Namah Shivaya, only worshipping Mahadeva happens. In the Shivoham, both happens. When you say Shivoham, I am Shiva, means what? You are surrendering you to Shiva. You offered you to Shiva. You disappear into Him. You relax into Him. You rest into Him. So, Shivoham is Mahavagya and Mahamantra, both together. Go round and give Mahavagya Dana, Mahamantra Dana, Nama Dana, and make as many people as possible chant Shivoham, 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 Shiva, Shiva. Be in the space of Shivoham and help everyone chanting and being in the space of Shivoham. Help everyone to be in the space of Shivoham. Shivoham, Shivoham, Shivoham.
To sail through this pralaya. Here is a primer on unclutching to give us an introduction to what the unclutching process is and how we can enter into the space of being unclutched.
Space. Source of all the mental abilities, source of all the knowledge, and source of all the mental resources is Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Even when you are eating, before eating, just sit for a few seconds and bring your breathing and remember the reality. Nirvikalpa Samadhi is breathing in you. Paramashiva is breathing in you. That is the truth. There is nothing to imagine and visualize and realize. Reality does not need to be realized. It is the truth. Highest possibilities, mental resources, conscious resources manifest from Nirvikalpa Samadhi, unclutched space. Turiyavana Sampannam. Time you spend on unclutching is the only time useful in your life. Every minute you spend in unclutching, your life will be rewarded with years. Understand? Unclutching or even effort to unclutch is like a rebooting. Means You are alive and upgraded. Kailasa releases the upgrading software every day. My everyday satsang is upgrade alert. You can choose do now, or you can say remind me later. That is alive satsang. Or not now. It is up to you. I am just everyday satsang is update alert. Every day, sitting in unclutching is like rebooting your whole system, upgrading yourself, not just software, hardware, everything. Understand not just software, hardware, everything. I tell you, conscious resources awakening intense, pure, unclutched space. Listen to these two words. Conscious resources, awakening, pure, unclutched space. These two supports one another. If you start manifesting power, conscious resource, that inspires you to unclutch. Unclutching makes you experience more conscious resources. More conscious resources makes you more unclutched. Like a Nirahara Samyama is one of the conscious resource. Ability to deal when your stomach is throwing tantrum. I need food, I need pizza, I need burger. Ability to handle your stomach when it throws tantrum is a conscious resource. And that inspires you to unclutch. And unclutching makes you manifest more conscious resources and makes you manifest powers. When you manifest power, you know the Kundalini Shakti oozing out from inner space and does wonderful, miraculous things around you. I was reading about my Paramaguru, 291st Guru Maha Sannidhanam. He has written a beautiful book on connecting with Kailasa space and the beings who are in Kailasa after leaving the body. Videha Muktas, connecting with them and receiving their help to reach Kailasa. He is master in this field. He is adept in this field. One of the gem, the Guru Parampara, 291st Guru Maha Sannidhanam of Madhurayadinam, my Paramaguru, Guru's Guru, Paramaguru Sannidhanam, Somasundara Jnana Sambandha Desika Paramacharya Swami. I was reading some of the books written by him. not only the knowledge, the experience and strength. A great Yoga Purusha lived in very high Samadhi state, very high spiritual enlightenment. I tell you, once you start unclutching consciously, all those beings from Kailasa automatically reach out to you and manifest through you, support you, inspire you, educate you, awaken you. Like how Satyajnana Darshini, the great Kailasavasi, who achieved Kailasa, he comes and initiates Megandar and teaches the Sivajnana Bodham. So they come through the Akasa space and teach you, awaken you, give you many conscious resources. How Paramashiva and Parvati themselves came and Paramashiva and Parashakti themselves came and gave the knowledge milk, enlightenment milk to Jnana Sambandhar. They are constantly available. Just sit in unclutched space. Even if you try, that is enough. Consciously, sincerely trying to unclutch is enough. You will have all the knowledge showered on you.
Here we have the ultimate technique of unclutching explained beautifully in a primer video where the whole process of unclutching is beautifully laid out and it leads us into the technique. Let's watch this ultimate primer on unclutching.
The brain is the organ which controls our whole physical being. Once our brain has been imbalanced, it will then transmit that imbalance throughout the whole body. Thought forms are pure energy that have the ability to influence people and everyday events in life. According to science, our brains generate an electromagnetic field which may be measured by such instruments as an encephalograph. This electromagnetic field is generated by the brain every time we think, and as our mind is never still, we may be compared to perpetual power generators. Fear produces nervous disorders. Anger produces headaches and violence. Confused thoughts produce congestion and ill health. Depression causes cancer, tumors, mental diseases, and lowering of the immune system, causing death through own willpower. Our thoughts generate intricate energy patterns which can be detected by sensitive equipment and seen by clairvoyant individuals. These energy patterns are known as thought forms. Surprisingly, thought forms are shaped by the thoughts themselves. Each of us creates hundreds of thought forms every hour and release them into the environment. Although we cannot see them, the thought forms have as real an existence as any other form of energy. Most people can sense others' thoughts forms, and a continuous energetic exchange happens between people about which we are usually unaware. This also explains why we sometimes take a sudden liking or dislike to a certain person directly on meeting them. We just catch their vibes. Unclutching is a guide for equanimity and enlightenment. Thoughts are like bubbles in a fish tank. Just as bubbles in a fish tank rise from the bottom, our thoughts also rise in the same manner. When one bubble comes and reaches the surface of the water, the next bubble starts and the third bubble starts. Because the bubbles are rising at high speed, they look like a continuous stream. But our mind is not a continuous stream. There is always a gap between two thoughts. Like the bubbles, we also experience a neutral space between two thoughts. This neutral space between two thoughts is our original state, the pure silence. It is the state of pure consciousness, the state of God. Since the gap or the neutral space between two thoughts is too small, we think all thoughts are connected and form a shaft. But there is always a gap between two thoughts. In the forest of northern India, the hunters trap the birds using a trap. They tie a rope between two trees. The rope is the shaft that we create by connecting two thoughts. In the middle of the rope, they secure a wooden stick. The stick is our mind. The rope is tied at the midpoint of the stick. When a bird comes and sits on the stick, the bird's own weight turns the whole stick upside down. It turns topsy-turvy. The moment it turns upside down and loses its sense of balance, it feels totally shaken and tightens its grip on the stick. It simply holds onto the stick as if its life depends on it. Similarly, we connect thoughts and form a shaft out of it and live in the fear that if we drop our mind, we might be lost. We might lose our identity. Because it is hanging upside down, it thinks, if I unclutch from this stick, I will fall and die. It's similar to the fear that if we start trusting that we are unconnected, unclutched, independent and illogical thoughts, we might be lost. If the bird lets go and relaxes, it may flutter to balance for a moment or two. When it leaves the stick, maybe for a few seconds it will fall, but then it will adjust itself and start flying. In the same way, we hold on to whatever we think is our identity and security, our education, our mind, our life, our relationships, or our bank balance. Ultimately comes to remove the stick that is our identity. Just like the bird, we don't realize that if we drop our mind, at that moment we can become a Paramahamsa. That very moment we can be liberated. In Mundaka Upanishad, there is a story which explains, there is a huge tall tree, and in the tallest branch of the tree, there is a golden bird sitting unclutched from everything in bliss, like Dakshinamurti. In the lower level branch, there is a small bird which jumps from here and there to various branches eating fruits. When it eats a bitter fruit, it feels bad. Whenever she eats the bitter fruit, she sees the bird which is looking above, silently, like Dakshinamurti, and feels, why I should not be like that bird. But unfortunately, when the same bird, when it eats tasty fruit, it forgets the bird sitting above it. In the same way, she keeps battling between branches, eating bitter and tasty fruits again and again. One day, as a small bird flies up higher, and as it reaches near the golden bird, it realized that he and she are the same. There is no difference between them both and realizes her original state. The small bird realizes that she also can be in the same state of the golden bird and become a Paramahamsa. This moment, trust yourself. Don't bother about losing your identity. Just trust yourself and let go of your identity. You will immediately become a Paramahamsa and be liberated. All you need to do is to trust that you're unclutched. Dropping the conclusions you can't be transformed is unclutching.
The other beautiful technique that Swamiji gave us was the Nirahara Samyama, being free of food. The alternate energy, which is the natural body's energy, can be awakened by practicing this Nirahara Samyama. Here in this video, Swamiji beautifully explains the science behind how the body's alternate energy can be awakened.
I'll expand on Nirahara Samyama. Please listen. It's a very powerful Kriya described in Hatha Yoga Shastras. Awakening your Kundalini energy and producing energy directly from space. Please listen. Producing the energy directly from the space and bringing energy, health to your body directly from space without depending on any food intake. Through a proper visualization and Kriya, awakening your Kundalini energy, through that creating enough energy for you to live. So the first step, cognize you have become Bidadi Kalpavriksha, means our Bidadi banyan tree. How the tree produces the energy directly from air and the ether, space. While meditating on that, by meditating on that, awakening the same capability in you, awakening that same biomemory in you, your biomemory also can create energy directly from space. Please listen. And along with the cognition, do this Kriya. Inhaling through both the nostrils and the mouth simultaneously with the visualization as if the whole banyan tree is inhaling. As if your whole body is inhaling. Hold as long as you can comfortably and exhale through both the nostrils as slowly as you can. Please understand, I will also be supporting you by awakening your Kundalini energy. Wherever you are, you can do this Kriya for 21 minutes. Read all the rules and regulations of the Nirahara Samyama. Don't stop eating completely immediately. Take liquids like juices, milk. First level is only 2 days, means 48 hours. Then we will give a break, you will eat regular food. And second level is 7 days. Then you will have a break and eat. Third level is 11 days. Step by step preparing your body and mind to produce the energy directly from space. This Samyama is not fasting, please listen. It is not depriving food to your body, but it is awakening the alternative path of energy in your body, awakening the alternative method to create energy in your body. So please sit straight. You can find all the information pertaining to this samyama in our website. You can visit this link nithyananda.org/nirahara samyama. Every one of you please start the kriya now. Sit, close your eyes. Cognize you have become Bidhi Kalpa Vriksha. आज हम निराहार संयमा का अगले बैच को आरंभ कर रहे हैं. अगर आप इस बार निराहार संयमा में भाग लेना चाहते हैं तो हमें कॉल कीजिए. हमें कॉल करने का नंबर है 08027279999. अगर आप एक निराहार संयमा को कर रहे हैं और अगर आप इस संयमा के दौरान भूख का अनुभव करते हैं या थकावट अनुभव करते हैं या आपका स्वास्थ्य ठीक नहीं है, आप तुरंत आहार लीजिए. अगर आप में कोई भी स्वास्थ्य संबंधित समस्या है तो इस निराहार संयमा को आरंभ करने से पहले आपने डॉक्टर को जरूर संपर्क कीजिए. अब हम आज के निराहार संयमा ध्यान में प्रवेश करेंगे. सीधी तरह से बैठ जाइए और चेतना स्थिति के साथ कल्पना कीजिए कि आप बिड़दी वटवृक्ष बन गए हैं. इस कल्पना के साथ आप अपने दोनों नासिकाओं और मुख के द्वारा सांस अंदर लीजिए. जितनी देर आप अपने सांस को अंदर बांध कर रख सकते हैं उतनी देर आप अपने अंदर सांस को बांध कर रखिए. जब आप अपने सांस को और बांध कर नहीं रख पा रहे हैं तब आप अपने मुंह बंद रखकर अपने सांस को अपनी दोनों नासिकाओं द्वारा धीरे से छोड़ दीजिए. आप में अपनी पूर्ति श्रद्धा, उत्तरदायित्व और लाभान्वित करने के 4 तत्वों के साथ आशीर्वाद देता हूं कि आप सबकी कुंडलिनी शक्ति जागृत हो जाए और आप सब अपनी जीव ऊर्जा को सीधे आकाश और वायु से उत्पन्न करें. अब क्रिया आरंभ कीजिए और इस क्रिया को लगातार 21 मिनट तक कीजिए. प्लीज सिट स्ट्रेट, क्लोज योर आईज. Cognize you have become Biddi Kalpa Vriksha. Inhale through both the nostrils and mouth. Simultaneously, hold as long as you can by closing both the nostrils comfortably. Exhale as slowly as you can, only through both the nostrils, comfortably. With this, I bless you all. Let you all experience Kundalini awakening. Let you all produce the energy directly from space. Live health, bliss and enlightenment. Namah Shivaya. Let you all achieve, experience, live, express, radiate, share and explode in eternal bliss. Nithyananda.
Nithyananda Dhyan.
What is Nirahara Samyama? Nirahara Samyama means to explore and discover your body's possibilities without having any external input like food or water. Your body is a miniature of the cosmos with all possible intelligence in it. If a fish can swim, you can swim. If a bird can fly, you can fly. Just you need to rediscover these possibilities from your biomemory. Reawaken those possibilities in your biomemory. Be food free. Takes the science of living without food to the world. Initiated people can choose to Give up food completely or consume it once in a while instead of 3 to 4 times a day. Nirahara is like going back to nature's lap, completely depending on the cosmic energy for nourishment. For more information, we can go to befoodfree.org. That's befoodfree.org. The science of unclutching is very unique, and this has been the backbone of Sankhya philosophy. When Kapila Muni introduced the essence of Sankhya philosophy, he simply says, be unclutched and be blissful. Swamiji gave the essence of the Sankhya philosophy in these two phrases, in these two Mahavakyas, be unclutched and be blissful. Let's watch the essence of Kapila Muni's Sankhya philosophy.
His Parabrahma Swarupa in Vishwarupa Darshana Yoga as Paramashiva. From the space of Paramashiva, he declares his glory. That time he says, Siddhanam Kapilo Munihi. Among the enlightened beings, Siddhas, I am Kapila. The greatest glorified incarnation of Paramashiva is Kapila. His philosophy is considered to be the oldest, older than the Vedas, Sankhya philosophy, and forms the basis for all thoughts and thought processes. Please understand, Sankhya is the pi of thinking process. Sankhya is the pi of thinking process. He is the greatest incarnation. Nothing like Kapila when it comes to presenting the greatest truths with absolute clarity. So we offer our respects to Kapila, founder of the great Mahanirvani Sampradaya and reviver of the Mahanirvani Sarvanyapita, because the Sarvanyapita itself was from Paramashiva himself, and Kapila revived it and created the whole Mahanirvani Sampradaya. Today I wanted to give the essence of Bhagavan Kapila's teachings. Understand, the whole essence of Kapila Maharshi, Bhagavan's Sankhya philosophy, is absolute unclutching, building your inner space based on absolute bliss. Understand? Basing absolute bliss as foundation. Basing absolute bliss as foundation. Developing. Basing absolute bliss as foundation. Developing your inner space is the essence of Kapila Maharshi's Sankhya philosophy. In two words, if I have to put it, be unclutched, be blissful. These two words is today's powerful cognition. Be unclutched and be blissful. I really wanted all of you to know my whole effort of reviving Kailasa, the enlightened civilization. If I have to put my whole message in two words, that is these two words, be unclutched, be blissful. Understand unclutching makes you intensely powerful. I tell you. Unclutching extremely integrates you, because when you start unclutching intensely within you, the way you sharpen your inner space, understand the whole Buddhism is from Sankhya philosophy. That is why it's called Sakya Muni, Gautama Buddha. And you need to know the word Gautama is from a Hindu Maharshi, and the city Kapilavastu, sorry, university city of the Mahanirvani Akada, where the Kapila's teachings were practiced. It was actually a university of Kapila's teachings. That's why it's called Kapilavastu, means content of Kapila. That's the exact meaning of the word Kapilavastu. That was the atmosphere, ecosystem from which Buddha was born, evolved. Buddha lived completely as the sannyasi of Sankhya philosophy, Mahanirvani Pita. Throughout his life, every line of Buddha's teachings I can trace it back to Sankhya system of philosophy. Whether the methodology they applied for enlightenment or the systematic sannyas sampradaya they followed, everything is from Kapila. Understand I have collected and compiled too many wonderful things from all different sampradayas of Hinduism, but the core remains from Kapila. Even in Bhagavad Gita, if you see, Krishna gives 18 chapters. The first chapter is Sankhya Yoga, because that was what was on the top of Krishna's head. See, when you open your mouth, naturally whatever is in the top of your head only comes out first. When Krishna opens his mouth, the first thing comes out is Sankhya Yoga. It means fundamentally he is filled with Sankhya. The principles of Sankhya, powerful cognitions of Sankhya, the great truths of Sankhya. Nothing can be compared to Sankhya in liberating. Nothing can be compared to Sankhya in liberating. I tell you. Extreme unclutching makes you extremely powerful. Manipatmeham. Unclutching makes your inner space into diamond. Intense, powerful. I tell you, if you want to make your inner space into the highest material, highest metal, the best metal, unclutching is the methodology. That makes you so powerful. Even now I tell you, I may be teaching 10,000 techniques. I might have taught, teaching, going to teach, I don't know how many thousands. But if I have to say, Chutamani, the best of all the techniques I revealed, revealing, going to reveal is unclutching. This is the essence of Kapila's teaching. Nothing can put you in highest samadhi like unclutching, and nothing can lead you to enlightenment like Kapila's Sankhya philosophy. Nothing else can be equivalent to Kapila's Sankhya philosophy, and nothing else can be equivalent to the powerful process of unclutching. Kapila is Kapila. Kapila is Kapila. Cannot be compared.
In this beautiful video message that Swamiji explains how unclutching can directly lead to liberation. Here, unclutch and be liberated is the Mahavakya that Swamiji gives all of us.
The infrastructure which comes out of the ecstatic feeling which you are carrying without hurting yourself is what we call Kshetra. Understand? Kshetra is not a city. Kshetra means the whole citizens, the whole group is in ecstasy, working out of ecstasy. That is why those great temples which are built are still standing. It creates Kshetra. But if you are doing the same work of creating infrastructure, see the whole thing of human beings kept in the mood of unfulfillment, and constantly they are taught you are not complete, is a business done by the so-called visionaries of the society to drive these guys crazy to create bigger and bigger infrastructures. That's all. Don't you see the whole fun? Either you listen to the great truths of the masters who came out of the inner world and achieve the truth, or listen to the foolish visionaries who are constantly hurting themselves and filled with irritation and ego and power game and forced everybody to feel unfulfilled or dissatisfied, so that they will be constantly running to work and create more and more bigger and bigger infrastructure with which they can satisfy or fulfill and show their ego as a strong. I'm breaking the whole pot. I'm breaking the whole truth.
Understand, that is the source from which constantly you are fed the idea that you are not complete, you are not full, you are not as you are supposed to be, and you are not total. These ideas are taught to you so that you will be constantly made to run, to create bigger and bigger infrastructures. Beautiful definition of Kshetra. Kshetra means the cities developed by the Vedic masters. That is why in India we took care, never the leadership was given to a king who is egoistic and constantly mad after expansion of infrastructure. It was all policy decisions was always under an enlightened master, Rajaguru. All policy decisions was under Rajaguru, enlightened master, because he knows how to plan, and he was constantly taking care. Only the fulfillment was expressing. Here Mahadeva says, as you see many suns in water, from one sun so see bondage and liberation. So many suns are seen in the water. When you look at the root, you will see only one sun. The source is one. Clearly understand, bondage and the liberation, both words are just relative. They are only relative. They are not ultimate truth. If you think you are in bondage, you need to be taught you are liberated. There is a beautiful example you need to understand. One guy who was standing in the corner of the room, facing the corner, two walls in front of him, corner, he is facing the corner. Suddenly he got into the idea, he is in prison, he is caught. He is hitting this wall, he is hitting that wall, I am bound, I am in prison, save me, God save me, oh Guru save me, oh this save me, oh that save me, release me, liberate me. Master, all he does is, from the behind, shouts, fool, turn. The moment he turns, suddenly he realizes, third side there was no wall. Third side, there was no wall. And he tries to escape. He tries to run. God, I am free, let me run and escape. Master says, fool, relax. You have never been in bondage. Why are you trying to escape? Run. Look around. Then he realizes, not only third side there was no wall, there was no gate anywhere. It was just two small walls meeting in one corner. He himself voluntarily went and started fighting with that walls. Neither the walls bound him, nor they invited him. He went and started fighting with the walls and started thinking, believing he is bound. He is in bondage. Understand, bondage and liberation are relative. They are only two words, relative words. There are so many beautiful truths, revelations can happen in you when this idea awakens the non-mechanical parts of your brain. Understand, one more important example. I always love to tell this story. This example, you are always afraid of unclutching or remembering that you are liberated. You wanted a clear mental setup so that your moral standard and life standard, internal and external lives will be same, smooth, as you think, what you think as order. No. In
Indian villages I have seen, they will catch these monkeys if they enter into the city and leave them back in the forest. They have to catch them without poisoning them. So they will keep a small pipe inside which their hands can go. They will keep that pipe, and the other side they will keep a small sweet. This monkey will put the hand in the pipe and catch that sweet. After it catches the sweet, it will try to take the hands out, it will not come out. It will try its best to take the hand out. This fool does not understand, if he lets go the sweet, hands will come out. He will not let go the sweet. He will not leave the sweet. He will be holding on to that sweet or that item, the fruit, and he will be trying to take the hand out. Just because of his own closed hands, he will not be able to take his hands out of the net. And this fellow will be playing and pushing and pulling like this for hours. And that guy who put the net, the hunter, will slowly come and catch the monkey and put in the cage and take it away. We don't understand. Just if you leave the hand, your hands can just come out, come off. There is nobody who is binding. There is nobody who is putting you in bondage. Another one important story, wonderful story. I have seen in Indian forests, hunters catching birds. They will catch the birds. There will be one small stick hanging in a rope. The stick will be very balanced, just like this, equal, this side and that side, the same weight and length the stick will be. Like, there will be rope like this tied, and the stick will be hanging. When birds come, they'll try to sit one side. The moment they sit one side, suddenly the tip and the stick will become topsy-turvy, upside down, because of one side weight. It will become just upside down. It will just become topsy-turvy. Understand, the moment the stick has become upside down, the bird which is holding will completely get imbalanced and shaken. Now this guy starts thinking, if I leave, I'll fall and break my head and die. If I let go the stick now, I'll fall and break my head and die. He will be just hanging, trying to flutter his wings, trying to shake, trying to move, trying to bring that stick to balance, trying to straighten that stick. No. Nothing will happen. Never it will happen. All our practice, trying to create silence and balance through wealth, or peace and balance through some other practice, everything is equal to the trials and the things which this bird is trying to do. Fluttering the wing, balancing. The fluttering the wing can be having more cars and houses. Trying to balance the stick can be more like some japa or meditation or some spiritual practice, some techniques. Trying its best, nothing will happen. This guy will be hanging. Slowly that hunter will come and catch the bird very slowly and put it in the cage and go. All you need to understand is you are never in bondage, you will never fall and die, just let go. If the bird just opens, it can fly. It can just fly. The hunter is death. Till death comes, you are hanging, swinging, trying to balance the stick. All you are fluttering. You always think, if I let go and become so easy, I may die, means I may fall and break my head, means I may lose my wealth, I may lose my mind, I may lose my balanced life, I may lose this, I may lose that. No.
there is no history anytime a bird falling and dying. Same way, there will never be a history if you relax from all the things you are holding. You will lose your wealth or health or life or miss anything. You won't miss anything, whatever you have. At the most, when that bird lets go that stick, it takes 2-3 seconds for the bird to balance and start flying. At the most, you may need 2-3 months to balance and start flying. That 2-3 months, having the patience and balancing is what I call tapas. That is what I call tapas. Living enlightenment. Understand, we are all hanging. Just open up. Let go. Whatever you are holding in your mind as bondage and whatever thought you think as bondage, whatever you think is associated with bondage or suffering, as you think, let go. Let go. You may think, I may have to let go my job. Don't bother. Let go. You will never miss your wealth. The moment you are balanced, you will start working out of your creativity. You will start expressing out of your strength. You will start expressing out of your joy. It is not that the person who is flying is not working. No. Paramahamsas are not lazy. They express the honest freedom and creativity. Having the trust that you can express that creativity and strength is what I call bhakti. You need only Atma Bhakti. Means having the trust towards yourself that you can also express that creativity. You can also express that freedom. That is bhakti. And opening, letting go the stick is tyaga, and balancing and flying is courage. That's all need to happen in our system. Anything, if you feel there is nothing really I am holding on, then wonderful, listen to these words. It will go deep and do the work of awakening the non-mechanical parts of your brain. If you still able to find out you are holding on to something, then relax. If you are holding on to something, relax. If you have nothing to hold on, then imbibe, listen to these words, let the process happen. Understand, all you need to do is just let go and fly. You will be a Paramahamsa. Thank you.
स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दं कृपापूर्णं जगत्पतिं हरिषड्वर्गजेतारं नित्यानन्दगुरुं भजे स्वभावचिन्मयानन्दम्.
The science of completion is revealed in this beautiful video where Swamiji gives the ultimate technique of completion, how we can achieve, and the science behind it, exactly how the process brings us out of the past incompletions. Let's watch this.
Listen carefully. Whenever an incident happening in your life, the time and space are flowing on one another. Your inner space is the space, and time is just moving. But in your inner space, if there are some traffic jam, like obstacle in the path, like what you expected from time, your life, what you want if it is not happening, what you don't want if it is happening, that projects out. And if I have to give you a precise example, a stone or a nail sticking out in the road. If there is a stone or the nail sticking out in the road, and your car goes on that, what happens? Tire gets punctured. Same way, what you want, the greed, what you don't want, that fear, if you carry that two in your inner space and approach the time, your life, the time gets punctured here and there. Those moments becomes karma that gets caught in your inner space. That is what is incompletion. Now, going back to that same time and same space, when you are reliving, they actually don't mind anymore, don't matter anymore in your life now. See, the tire which got punctured, at that time it delayed you going to the office. At that time it was a headache in your life. Now it is no more a pain. No, it doesn't matter anymore. So when you relive them, that same time will be relived with the space where there is no nail or a stone sticking out in the, like a fear and greed. A smooth flow of time and space is ensured. When there is a smooth flow of time and space, it is called completion. A smooth flow of time and space, when it is ensured that karma melts down, that incompletion melts down, you become free from the incompletion created. Please understand, it's one of the most basic question about incompletion. First time I am answering this question. This is the most basic science of why, how incompletions are built and why it gets completed when the reliving happens. Your life is nothing but time flowing over the space. If you just keep your space with so much of love, visualize you are holding yourself with so much of love and expansion and bliss and allowing the time to cross you. That is like it will be like just such a beautiful flow. It will be like a snow car driving. You will exactly feel life is flowing through you like that. Snow car driving, and it is more and more exciting, enthusiastic. But whenever you stick your fear and greed into the time, you dent the time. The dented wheel cannot move fast. Removing the dents is completion. How many of you got the answer I gave? If you are a regular Satsangi, you will catch it immediately. If you are watching our Satsangs, you will catch it immediately. Otherwise, the words I have thrown are little, maybe going above your head. How many of you did not understand? Raise your hand. I'll repeat. If you did not understand, please raise your hand. I'll repeat. Listen. Listen, I'll repeat. I'll repeat. Listen. Visualize your inner space is the road. That nail or a thorn or a stone sticking out of the road is your fear or greed. Your car tire is time. If the time moves smoothly on the space, there is no incompletion. If it moves on the nail or the stone, then your tire becomes flat. You can't move further. So, always if you hold the inner space consciously, without fear and greed, you will never create incompletions. For it to be reality, go back to the incompletions created, where all you put your nail and the stone, relive. So, when the time moves into space, please listen, you may go back to that same space, same time and relive, but it is happening now. Please understand, you may go back to past, but you are in present. Going back to the past while you are in present is completion. Going forward to the future while you are present is inspiration. What you are going to do, if you visualize, that becomes inspiration when you are in the present. What you have done, if you relive, it becomes completion when you are in the present. See, when you consciously relive, whenever you become conscious, you will be in the present. And consciously relive, you will suddenly removing all the dents and cleaning up your whole past. The time is healed. Kalabhairava puja is done. Immediately Kalabhairava blesses you with completion. I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching and causing eternal bliss. Nithyananda.
Nithyananda Dhyana Peetham, Nithyananda Nagar, off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bengaluru.
We request all of you to spread the message of Sri Kailasha. Share this satsang. Enrich yourself with enlightenment and enrich the world with enlightenment. We invite all of you to share this video on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and other social media platforms you're watching us. Also, don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Kailasha's Nithyananda TV, to receive exciting updates about Sri Kailasha, the only Hindu nation. It is now time to prepare ourselves to be in Upanishad with His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let us make a conscious decision to be in the space of deep listening with the simple integrity with Swamiji. That we are here, open and available to receive the revelations of Paramashiva for Shakti Pada to happen. Let us chant the Mahavakya initiated by Swamiji. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम्
नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवसमारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि पराशक्तिमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. I welcome all the visitors, viewers, Sarvangyapita Yajamans, Kartas, Shrimahans, Mahans, Kotaris, Tanedar, visitors, Kayakalpa Yoga participants, Nithyananda Yogam participants, Nithyananda Hindu University students, Nithyananda E-Gurukul students, and everyone watching live on Nithyananda TV, YouTube Live, Facebook Live, Enlighten App, Kailasa TV, Hinduism Now TV, Twitter, and two-way video conferencing having Nayanadiksha. I welcome all of you with my love and respects. Today, with the grace of Paramashiva and Parashakti, we did the beginning of the Avataradina Brahmotsava by raising the flag, Dvajarohana. Brahmotsava Dvajarohana is done in Adi Kailasa. Blessings to all of you on this auspicious occasion. As living representative of Paramashiva and Parashakti, I bless you all. Let's all have the state, space, powers, being and superconsciousness of Paramashiva. Let Paramashiva and Parashakti's blessings be showered on all of us. We have started the 42nd Avataradina Brahmotsava today. Today's message from Kailasa purpose of my incarnation is to manifest Sri Kailasa with the grace of Paramashiva and Parashakti, Ganapati, Nandi, Subramanya, Mahakala Bhairava, all the gods and goddesses of Kailasa. Understand? Let me explain what I mean by the word manifesting Kailasa. It means multiple levels. Manifesting the Maha Kailasa in Bhuloka as Sri Kailasa. Each one of us has to manifest Paramashiva, the state of Paramashiva. Understand? State of Paramashiva means absolute unclutched. Gravity is never felt by you, is state of Paramashiva. Understand? The food your stomach is digesting, the emotions your heart is digesting, the thought currents your head is digesting, all the three should not be heavy. So light you don't experience gravity. Understand? Gravity is experienced by you as heaviness in the stomach, heaviness in the heart, heaviness in the head. The food you digest in the stomach, the emotions you cherish, you digest in the heart, the thought currents you are digesting in the head. If all these three are light, does not make you feel the gravity, heaviness, load, you are unclutched. This is the definition. Understand? If the food in the stomach is not making you feel the gravity, you are Nithya Nirahari. Vyasa, after eating from Gopikas, he says, if I am on Upavasa, Nirahara, let this Yamuna part way and give way for me. And Yamuna parted. I tell you, if the food you take does not make you feel the gravity, heavy, means the quantity, quality and the way you take, you are Nithya Upavasi, you are Nithya Nirahari. The emotions you cherish in the heart does not make you shiver, send chills in your spine, sends strong fears in your system, doesn't make you feel heavy, then you are unclutched. The thought currents you are cherishing in your head is not making you feel sad, frustrated, depressed, then you are unclutched. Understand? Unclutching. Unclutching. Intensely, sincerely, unclutching, unclutching, intensely, and sincerely. Nothing can be compared to the ability of unclutching as a wealth to be earned in this life while you are alive. Understand? While you are in the body, the highest, greatest, best wealth you need to achieve is ability to unclutch. It is just my ability to unclutch, I am still alive. Understand? Please listen. It is just because of my ability to unclutch I am still alive. Otherwise, long before, I should have been gone. If I had mind, I would have had mental breakdown long before. Because I don't have one, I am not having breakdown. Ability to unclutch makes you a different metal altogether. And just because of the ability to unclutch, I am going to live for long time. 3-digit, that I already decided. 3-digit years. It's not 2-digit, it's 3-digit. I am very clear. Greatest blessing you can receive from Paramashiva is ability to unclutch. You should keep this as your first prayer. Prabhu, let me unclutch from everything and be in you. That's it. That should be the first prayer. Highest priority for all of you. I tell you, it is just because of my ability to unclutch, all the best things have manifested in me. So if you ask me the first word of my teachings, I'll say unclutch. Watch those satsangs. I started using this word unclutch first time when I gave the satsang on Ashtavakra Gita, the day my father attained Mahasamadhi. The way I uttered those words rang in the ears of my father, and he unclutched and attained Mahasamadhi. It was power of unclutching which is still keeping me alive. I tell you. unclutch, unclutch, unclutch. That makes you a different metal altogether, especially if you unclutch. Because of my initiation, you just relax in Paramashiva. Rest in Paramashiva. RIP should have a new meaning. Rest in Paramashiva. Understand? Nothing like unclutching. Nothing like unclutching. If people ask me, especially our devotees ask, what should we teach first to people, to common man? Teach unclutching. If you have only 2 minutes to talk to somebody and you want to enrich that person's life, teach him unclutching. In every level, unclutching enlightens people, liberates people. Even trying to unclutch removes tons of fear strokes and loads of fears away from you. Watch the unclutching satsangs. Start living light where gravitation does not have influence over you. Understand? Only a non-violent person can be light. A cunning, violent, traitor, culnaries cannot be light. Feeling light and not being disturbed by gravity is a power of Paramashiva. Power of Paramashiva. Understand? It's power of Paramashiva. The first reason for my manifestation, for my incarnation, to manifest Sri Kailasa, first step for manifesting Sri Kailasa is each individual being manifesting the state of Paramashiva. State of Paramashiva manifests when you are unclutched. Space of Paramashiva manifests when you start living authenticity, integrity, responsibility, enriching life of completion. Powers of Paramashiva starts manifesting when you start living oneness. Start living in oneness with Paramashiva. Is being and Paramashiva's being and Paramashiva's super consciousness manifests in all of us by Diksha, initiation, Guru's grace and blessings. Understand? Kailasa is a space, but wherever Sri Kailasa, the space is imbibed and manifested, it starts happening in place also by the grace of Paramashiva and Parashakti. Understand? When each one of you become Paramashiva, wherever you are, that place becomes de facto spiritual embassy of Sri Kailasa. Watch the satsangs about unclutching. Watch the satsangs about authenticity, integrity, responsibility, enriching and completion. Watch the satsangs about the oneness with Paramashiva, and oneness capsules can directly connect you with Paramashiva. Manifest the state, space, powers, being and superconsciousness of Paramashiva. You will manifest Sri Kailasa. Listen carefully. Listen. Nothing can be compared to the spiritual depth you achieve and manifest in life. I want all my sannyasis to know so many sannyasis, adinavasis, devotees are sending messages to me through various channels. What can we do during this time, Swamiji? What can we do? How can we stand up? How can we protect the Sangha? I tell you one thing. Intensify the quality of your consciousness with more unclutching, more authenticity, responsibility, integrity and enriching and completion. More oneness with Paramashiva. Understand, more and more initiation and feeling connection with the Guru. Nothing can be more powerful than the spiritual strength. Many people, devotees are saying, many sannyasis, brahmacharis, adinavasis, kailasavasis are sending message. They all feel even they all have contributed directly, indirectly for this kind of attacks. They were all responsible by not doing what need to be done. So many were asking, what should we do now? This is the solution. Intensity of your unclutching and intensity of your integrity to Guru will be one and the same. Raise the intensity to unclutch. Raise the intensity of your completion. Spend time in completion with yourself and with everyone around you. More completion within the Sangha. More trust on each other. More love. More joy. Less negativity. The depth of the completion you carry, the depth of the unclutching you carry, the depth of the integrity you carry, the depth of the oneness with Paramashiva you carry, that really matters. If at all I expect anything from my sannyasis, disciples, Kailashavasis, devotees, I expect only this. Increase the intensity of your unclutching, increase the intensity of your AIRE, authenticity, integrity, responsibility, enriching, and completion. Raise the integrity with Paramashiva. Raise your intensity of oneness with Paramashiva. The moment you chant Mahavagya, you should be able to see him in your inner space alive. The moment you remember the Master, you should be able to feel the Kundalini in your being, in your superconsciousness. Increasing the spiritual strength is the real work I want all of you to do. That is the real Sangha work. If you learn unclutching, every gift I bring from Kailasa, Sri Kailasa, will start working for you immediately. Understand? I have so much already brought. Actually, to tell you honestly, the signs of Kalpavriksha, the signs of flowers and fruits from Kailasa, listen carefully, signs of Parijata, Kalpavriksha, Kamadhenu, all are ready. I can make the DNA of Kamadhenu. I can make the whole root of Kalpavriksha. I can make the combination, the unique manifestation of Parijata. Everything is ready. I just need few hundred people who mastered unclutching and who are ready to be integrated. I am just working for the whole humanity. Understand? I can just put that signs in all of you and you can start manifesting. Just I need few hundred of you evolved, absolutely unclutched. So I can, with the grace of Paramashiva and Parashakti, bring the gods and goddesses of Kailasa to manifest through each of you. These great gifts of Kailasa to manifest through each of you. That is why I am telling, when you say you are Paramashiva, Paramashiva does not feel angry, irritated, threatened, violated, disrespected. No. He feels so happy. Now I am going to manifest in one more body. I tell you, Hindu God celebrates expansion. He does not feel threatened. There is no monopoly. There is nothing on the universe which is monopoly, I tell you. Catch this truth. Monopoly, exclusivity is false, deluded idea of Maya. Nothing is exclusive, including the state of Parama is not exclusive. Understand, this is the greatest declaration of Hinduism. Make this as today's statement. This is the essence of Satsang. Nothing is exclusive, including the state of Paramashivatva. Listen. This is the ultimate declaration. Truth is, nothing is exclusive, including the state of Paramashiva. And Paramashiva is so happy if you declare you are Paramashiva and ready to stand with integrity, authenticity, responsibility and enriching as Paramashiva. He feels, wow, I have one more being through which I can manifest now. Hindu God is not jealous. Hindu God is not violent. Hindu God does not feel violated. Hindu God does not claim anything as exclusivity. This is the beauty of the principle of God in reality and in Hinduism. Hinduism is all about reality, I tell you. I wanted to reveal one more important secret. Each sampradaya in Hinduism has Kandana Mandana literature. For example, Shaivism as a set of books called Kandana Mandana books. Like they will deny, destroy all other arguments and definitions and explanations and establish only theirs as the ultimate. Same way, Vaishnavites will have a set of scriptures, books, destroying all the arguments and claims of the other sampradayas and establishing their own, theirs as the ultimate truth. And same way, Advaitis will have one set of Kandana Mandana books. And Visishtadvaitis will have one set of Kandana Mandana books. Listen. All these Kandana Mandana literature should be taken as an inspiration to integrate you and intensify you in those sampradayas. Not to waste your time in window shopping. Get into work and get into enlightenment, get into any one sampradaya to experience the reality, to push you towards the experience. These Kandana Mandana literatures are used. Do not take Kandana Mandana literature as truth. They are kind of a facts with a purpose. Facts with a good purpose can be used for that purpose. But that is not ultimate truth. Be very clear. So, I want all of you to know, in Hindu tradition, each sampradaya has its own Kandana Mandana literature. Bauddhas have Kandana Mandana literature, Advaitis have Kandana Mandana, and Vedantis have Kandana Mandana. And even Vedantis and Advaitis differ. You will be surprised to know Vedanta and Advaita is not same. The Vedanta Sampradaya is different and Advaita Sampradaya has its own theories, and even inside Advaita Sampradaya there is a Sampradaya of Mayavata, Yeganmavata, Ajata Siddhanta, Vivarta Siddhanta. Each Siddhanta has their own Kandana Mandana literatures, and Buddhism has their own Kandana Mandana, Jains have their own Kandana Mandana, Veerashaivites have their own Kandana Mandana, and Dvaitis have their own Kandana Mandana, and Shaktas have their own Kandana Mandana, and Gaumaras have their own Kandana Mandana, and Ganapatyas have their own Kandana Mandana. So understand, the Kandana Mandana literatures means Kandana Mandana literature is mostly like destroying others' arguments and insisting their Sampradaya is the ultimate truth. So listen, these Kandana Mandana literatures are created for the purpose of making you start travel in the path instead of just window shopping and looking around all the corners. You need to fall in love, deciding to fall in love. I have seen some of the people, just by their decision, they built love. It is not even like a unconsciously built, very consciously built. Very consciously built. Just by the decision they built. If you build the love by the decision consciously, you will be so stable. Consciously building love. Decision to build love. Not only makes you light, makes you intense. Intensity and being light is one and the same. A light being will be intense in the life, an intense being will be light in the life. Listen. Listen carefully. Depth of the being. Where the authentic Paramashivatva manifests is available in all of us. And if Paramashiva has kept that possibility to all of us, he expects all of us to manifest him. Paramashiva manifesting Paramashivatva is not exclusive. And he does not claim exclusivity, and he is happy to include all of you. He is waiting to welcome all of us. That is why Kailasa does not have gate. Kailasa is gateless space. This bloody Ravana who wants to take Kailasa goes directly and touches the Kailasa. Then he is not able to take, that is different. Actually, this Ravana, he went and asked the Swarna Bhavana, that built for Devi after the marriage, this Vishwakarma went and pestered Devi. Let me make a griha for you, beautiful house in gold with ratna and everything. Devi said, no, go and ask Bhagavan, Paramashiva. I don't feel I need anything. I just need only his lap and I am happy there. But this Narada fellow never lets anybody rest in peace. And this fellow goes and tells Devi, you are going to have now Ganapati, Subramanya, all the kids, where will they be? And you need to have a griha. Parvati says, no. I am okay, leave it. But this fellow, like a media, and he says, no, 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 no. I will ask Paramashiva. Parvati says, all right, if you want to ask, you ask. When Devi was near Bhagavan, he goes and asks, let's have a Swarna Griha, Chintamani Griha. That's the exact word, Chintamani Griha in Kailasa. Paramashiva says, why? No, now kids are going to come, Ganapati, Subramanya, all of them. Paramashiva said, oh, today you don't have any other work. You have come to Kailasa. Narada says, Narayana, Narayana. No, 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 no. I just came. I thought I'll do some good things in Kailasa, so I came. And Paramashiva laughs and looks at Devi. Devi was neither saying yes nor saying no, because Narada went and convinced Devi, and Devi said, I'm not asking. Paramashiva said, all right, if this Vishwakarma is insisting, make it. They made, and there was a Griha Pravesa where Ravana came, and Ravana did all the rituals. And Paramashiva asked, you did all the rituals, and what is the dakshina you want? That guy was so enamored by the space and the ecstasy, joy of Kailas. He should have asked, oh Bhagavan, you manifest this Sri Kailasa in Sri Lanka. He should have asked that. But the fool thought that place is the reason for that ecstasy, bliss, without understanding that space. Bhagavan is the reason. Paramashiva is the reason for the bliss of Kailasa. Of course, Kailasa itself is beautiful. I am not disrespecting. But Paramashiva is the source of Kailasa. This fool thought this beautiful Chindamani Griha is the reason for the bliss of Kailasa, and he asked, give me this house itself. Bhagavan said, Tatastu, take it. And that fool took that Chindamani Griha and kept it in Sri Lanka. In 1 month he realized it is his house only, back. Maybe golden house, beautiful house, but the space is same. How he is. He is not experiencing what he had in the Kailasa. That bliss is not there. Then he realized he should get that full space. And even then, he should have went and asked Bhagavan, Prabhu, you please bless me that whatever bliss I was experiencing here, I should have that always. Bless me for that. Whatever is said and done, Rakshasa. He did not ask. He himself strategized. Maybe that whole hill is the reason for that bliss. Come on, let me just go and pick that whole hill and bring it here and keep in Sri Lanka. Hey. கைலாசத்தையாடா அசைக்க முயற்சி பண்ணுவீங்க? ஸ்ரீ கைலாசத்தை அசைக்க முடியுமாடா? ஏண்டா? புரிஞ்சுக்குங்கடா. Anyhow, the fool goes and puts the hand and tries to shake Kailasa. And Devi looked at Paramashiva. Paramashiva just pressed through his thumb on the Kailasa. That's it. The fellow got caught inside and screaming, Bhagavani. Then started playing Samagana, begging Bhagavan to release him. After that, Bhagavan, out of his grace and compassion, released and let him go. All that is different. Listen carefully. Manifestation of Sri Kailasa means first Paramashiva should manifest in all of us. Then he manifests Sri Kailasa for all of us. First the state, space, powers, being and super consciousness of Paramashiva should manifest. The good news is Paramashiva is not claiming exclusivity or jealous. He is just waiting for all of us to declare and manifest through all of us. Even if you are half declaring, he manifests and helps you to completely declare and manifest completely. He supports us in our virtuous circle. With little 10% confidence and trust, you declare, I am Paramashiva, let me see. Then one miracle you cause. Yes, I have caused. I am manifesting powers. Good. I am able to move coconut. Then with 15% of trust you declare, yes, I am Paramashiva. Let me start unclutching. Then next power manifests. Wow, I am able to move the matter. Then, wow, with 25% of the trust and intensity, I am Paramashiva. Then more powers manifest, more state, space, powers, being, super consciousness, more joy. All that starts manifesting. Then more trust, intensity, more stronger declaration of oneness with Paramashiva. This is what I call virtuous circle. Paramashiva encourages this virtuous circle. He supports us in this virtuous circle. He appears in deities, Archavatara, in Guru, in Linga, in Sangha, and helps us in this virtuous circle. To help us in this virtuous circle, he manifests as Guru, Linga, and Sangha. He manifests as Guru, he manifests as Linga in Archavatara, he manifests as Sangha, the right friends who integrate you to Guru and Linga. Understand? Nothing can be compared to. Listen. Nothing can be compared to spiritual strength. If you want Sri Kailasa to manifest, you have to manifest Paramashiva. You have to intensely connect with him. Prabhu, Mahadeva, let me melt in you, Paramburule, Paramashiva. You please manifest in this being. Nothing is equivalent to the spiritual strength. If any of my devotees, followers, disciples wants to give any Guru Dakshina for my birthday, I will ask you to be more and more integrated to Paramashiva. More and more integrated to Paramashiva. Listen. Be more unclutching, more authenticity, integrity, responsibility, enriching practice, more practice of completion, more practice of oneness, more and more manifesting powers, living in the state, space, powers, being, and superconsciousness of Paramashiva. If you ask me, how can we stop these attacks, abuses? This is the solution. Be more stronger spiritually. Evolve with more integrity. If each of us can raise in integrity, completion, unclutching, we can destroy the collective negativity of the universe. What the small abuses? We can teach and reach the whole world. I tell you, Kailasa is a space which should manifest in our inner space, then naturally it will manifest in place. Understand? Each I only want one thing from all of you. Have more and more, deeper and deeper integrity to Paramashiva. Integrity to Guru, Linga, Sangha. Intensely now connect with Paramashiva. Meditate on Paramashiva with 25 heads and 50 hands and 75 eyes, with Devi Parashakti in the lap, in Maha Kailasa. And let's pray to him to manifest in all of us and manifest Maha Kailasa in Bhuloka as Sri Kailasa. Let's connect with Paramashiva.
Agorebhyo, Agorebhyo, Gora Gora Tarebhyo,
Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Sarvebhyo, Namaste Astu Rudra Rupebhyo. जटाटविकलज्वल प्रवाह पावितस्वरे गले वलम्ब्य लम्बिताम्बुजङ्ग तुङ्ग मालिकां डमट्टमट्टमट्टमन् 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 निनादमट्टमर्वयं चकार चण्ड ताण्डवं तनोतु नः शिवा शिवम् जटाकटा सम्भ्रमं भ्रमन्दिलिम्प निर्जरी विलोल विचिवल्लरी विराजमान मूर्धनि जगत् जगत् जगज्ज्वलल्ललाट पट्टभावके किशोर चन्द्रशेखरे रति प्रतिष्ठणं मम राधरेन्द्रनन्दिनी विलास बन्धु बन्धुरस्फुरन्ति गन्ध सन्तति प्रमोदमान मानसे कृपाकटाक्ष धोरिणी निरुद्ध दुर्धरापति क्वचित् दिगम्बरे मनो विनोदमे तु वस्तुनि भुजंग पिंगलं पुरत्पणामणि प्रभा कदंब कुंकुमद्रव प्रलिप्तदिग्वधूमुखे मदान्त सिंधुरं पुरत्तगुत्तरीय मे गुरे मनो विनोदमद्भुतं विभवतु भूतवत्परि सहस्रलोचन प्रभुज्य शेषलेख शेखर प्रसून धूलि धोरणि विदूषरात्रिपीठ भूभुजंग राजमालया निबद्ध जाट चूडक श्रिय चिराय जायतां चकोर बंधु शेखरम् राजनं परन्तलन्तरञ्जय स्फुलिङ्ग पाणिपीठ पञ्चसायकं नमन्य लिम्पनायकं सुधामयूखलेखया विराजमान शेखरं महाकपालि सम्पदे शिरोजकालमस्तु नः प्रचंड पंचसायुगे धराधरेन्द्र नंदिनी कुचाग्र चित्र भद्रका कल्पनेक शिल्पिनी त्रिलोचने निर्ममा पुरांतकं भवांतकं मकांतकं गजांतकांतकांतकं तमंतकांतकं भजे जय पद प्रविक्रम प्रवल्भुजंगम स्वदंतिजंगमत्रवं पुरस्करालबालाव्यवन्ति विद्य विद्य विद्यनं प्रदंग तुंगमंगलध्वनि क्रम प्रवर्तित प्रचंड तांडव शिव शिवेति मंत्रमुच्चरन् कदा सुखी भवाम्यां शिवेति मंत्रमुच्चरन् कदा सुखी भवाम्यां शिवेति मंत्रमुच्चरन् कदा सुखी भवाम्याम्
नित्यमेव मुक्तमुत्तमोत्तमं स्तवम् पठन् स्मरन् ब्रुवन् नरो विशुद्धिमेति सन्ततम् हरे गुरो सुभक्तिमाशु याति नान्यथा विभोहनं हि देहिनां सुशङ्करस्य चिन्तनम्
ॐ जुं स ॐ जुं स ॐ जुं स ॐ जुं स
पूजावसान समये শিব শম্ভু হে মহেশ্বর দেবাদিদেব ত্রিলোকেশ্বর তুমি আদি হে অনন্ত জটাধারী নীলকণ্ঠ তুমি প্রলয় তুমি সৃষ্টি ত্রিনয়নে কৃপা দৃষ্টি তুমি ত্রাতা তুমি দাতা তুমি মুক্তি হে বিধাতা ওম নমঃ শিবায় 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 সদা যোগী শিরে গঙ্গে নিয়ে ভস্য সারা অঙ্গে কর পালন নেত্রিভুবন তব অপার লীলা রঙ্গে ধরো ত্রিশূল নে হস্তে আনো শান্তি শুভ চিত্তে তুমি ত্রাতা তুমি দাতা তুমি মুক্তি হে বিধাতা ওম নমঃ শিবায় 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 ওম ত্র্যম্বকম যজামহে সুগন্ধিম পুষ্টিবর্ধনম উর্বাरुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मोक्षेमामृतात् ॐ त्र्यम्बकं यजामहे सुगन्धिं पुष्टिवर्धनम् उर्वारुकमिव बन्धनान् मृत्योर्मोक्षेमामृतात् ॐ नमः शिवाय ॐ नमः शिवाय ॐ नमः शिवाय ॐ नमः शिवाय
सत्यसत्त्वमय असतो मा सद्गमय दिव्यमत्वमय तमसो मा ज्योतिर्गमय नित्यतत्त्वमय मृत्युर्मामृतङ्गमय आदिजङ्गमय ममादकोशिरय
కణకణము శివగణమై పేరిని తాండవమాడెరురా నర నరము పంచాక్షర స్వరమై కొని ఆడెరా ప్రణవ ప్రణవ ప్రణవోద్భవ ప్రాణ శివ అభవ విభవ ప్రవనాశిత ధ్యాన శివ మనసున ఆర్తి కార్తీకముగా నీకై వేచెరురా తన్మయ భక్తి సత్సంగమమై ఆహ్వానించరా చూడరా దయచేయరా హే సాంబ దిగంబరా పరివారమై ధరి చేరరా పరమకృపాకరా నడయాడరా మా నడుమన నగజావర సుందరా విహరించరా మా వినుతిలో విశ్వంభరా శంభో శంకరా శంభో శివంకరా శంభో భక్తవ శంకరా
Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Namah Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Om Namah Shivaya, Namah Shambho Shankara Shambho
కాశీపురాధీశ్వరా మాపై నీ కాంతి ప్రసరించరా, సద్బుద్ధి వెలిగించరా మాలో మాం పాహి విశ్వేశ్వరా. గంగాధరా గౌరీశ్వరా మా తలపుల్లో నలుపంత తొలగించరా, పైకన్నుగా జడిపించరా పెరుదన్నుగా నడిపించరా, శివ ప్రధాన మనస్సు మామేకమయ్యేరా. సౌవడి పూజా శంఖాలు పూరించని, మా కనుల మెరిసే తడి నీకు అభిషేకమునరించని, మా ప్రాణమే మారేడుగా నిటాలాక్షరి పదము సేవించని, కురిపించరా విభూతిని కరుణించరా సమృద్ధిని, జడ జగాన్ని త్యజించి ధరించు ధన్యతగా. శంభో శంకర శంభో శంకర శంభో భక్తవ శంకర శంభో రమణ శంకర శంభో శంకర శివ శివ శంకర జయ జయ శంకర శంభో జయ శంకర శివ శివ శంకర జయ జయ శంకర శంభో జయ శంకర శివ శివ శంకర జయ జయ శంకర శంభో జయ శంకర శివ శివ శంకర జయ జయ శంకర శంభో జయ శంకర శివ శివ శంకర జయ జయ శంకర శంభో జయ శంకర శివ శివ శంకర జయ జయ శంకర శంభో జయ శంకర శివ శివ శంకర జయ జయ శంకర శంభో జయ శంకర శివ శివ శంకర జయ జయ
पारं ते परमविदुषो यस्य सदृशि सुदीर्घम् आदिनामपि तदवसन्नास्त्वयि गिरः अथावाच स्वमतिपरिणामवति गृह्णन् ममावेश स्तोत्रे नरनिरपवाद परिकरः किङ्काय सकलो किमुपायसे भुवनम् किमाधारो धाता सृजति किमुपादानदिति च अदर्गैश्वर्ये त्वय्य नमसर पुष्पो हतधियः उदर्गोऽयं काङ्क्षित करयति मोहाय जगतः जगताम् अधिष्ठातारम् तेनाकृत भवति अनिशो माधुर्यात् भुवनजनने परिकरो यतो वह्ना स्वाहा संशयिमे श्मशाने पीडा स्मरभरपिशाचसहचरः चिताभस्मालेपः सदपीडि करोति परिकरः अमङ्गल्यं नीलं तव भवतु नामैनमखिलम् तथापि सर्वगुणा वरद परमं मङ्गलमसि बहुलरजसे विश्वत्पत्तो भवाय नमो नमः प्रबलतमसे तत्संहारे हराय नमो नमः जनसुखकृते सत्त्वौद्रिक्तौ हृदाय नमो नमः प्रमहसि पदे निःस्रगुण्ये शिवाय नमो नमः बहुलरजसे विश्वत्पत्तौ भवाय नमो नमः प्रबलतमसि तत्संहारे हराय नमो नमः जनसुखकृते सत्त्वौद्रिक्तौ हृदाय नमो नमः प्रमहसि पदे निःस्रगुण्ये शिवाय नमो नमः महेशान्नापरो देवो महिम्नो नापरास्तुतिः अघोरान्नापरो मन्त्रो नास्ति तत्त्वं गुरोः परम् दीक्षादानं तपस्तीर्थं ज्ञानं यागादिकः क्रियः महिम्नस्तव पाठस्य कलां नार्हन्ति षोडशीम् महेशान्नापरो देवो
ॐ नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् I bless you all. Let's all radiate state, space, powers of Paramashiva. So from today, next 21 days, the Avatara Dina Brahmotsava, I'll be expanding on purpose of Sri Kailasa with the grace of Paramashiva and Parashakti, and how to manifest Sri Kailasa in all of us and in Bhuloka with the grace of Paramashiva and Parashakti. So from today, I'll start the Tamil Satsang also. You can expect me coming for Tamil Satsang live. மீம்ஸு போடுற மாம்சுகளா, அப்யூசிவ் வீடியோஸாக போடுற அண்ணன்களா, தப்பு தப்பாக செய்தி பரப்புகிற தம்பிகளா, ரோல்ஸு போட்டு ரோல் பண்ணுறவங்களா, எல்லாரும் தவறாமல் வந்துருங்கோ. நைட்டு 9 மணிக்கு தமிழில் சத்சங்கம். அன்பர்கள், பக்தர்கள், சீடர்கள் அழைக்காமலே வந்து விடுவார்கள். You can expect me to come for Tamil Satsang in the evening, 9 o'clock Indian Standard Time, 8 o'clock Indian Standard Time, English Satsang morning, 9 o'clock Indian Standard Time in the night, Tamil Satsang. So with this, I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhatvaita Saivam. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. The eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
With deep gratitude, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam for delivering us Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa. The highest form of gift you can receive from Paramashiva is Nirvikalpa Samadhi. All of us have the spark of Paramashiva in us. The more we unclutch, the more we allow the spark to shine. The quantity and quality of your living raises to a different level with unclutching. Unclutching is the prasada Swamiji has given us all. It will bring the state of Paramashiva in all of us. Nirahara Samyama is about letting the body to detox itself. Physically, emotionally, unclutching is the absolute detoxing mechanism. Kailasa is open for all to protect people from COVID-19 pandemic. The best way to escape from pandemic fatigue is the Paramashivoham program. The whole Paramashivoham program is designed to keep you alive, active, intense, without the delusional arrogance, pandemic fatigue, or life filled with high stress hormones. The whole program is designed to get you out of this mess. To register, you can log on to kailasa.org/Paramashivoganas. For more information on unclutching and to get started, you can visit tinyurl.com/unclutchinginfo. Now, let us ferociously and intensely manifest the powers of Paramashiva. Let us all manifest Paramashiva in all of us. Let us enter into the Kailasha courtyard power manifestation session.
This meeting is being recorded.
Nithyananda. Let's start the power manifestation session. Let's sit straight. Remember, Paramashiva in your third eye. And let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasrasham Tattvamasyaadilakshyam Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sraktibodham Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Satgurum Tam Namami. Nithyananda, such a beautiful space, darshan, initiation into such powerful cognition, unclutch how we can live as superconscious being. With that space today, let's start the power manifestation. Let's go through the security. What is power manifestation? Power manifestation, every jnana, powerful cognition, ultimate truth from Hindu source scriptures is mapped into prajnana, the consciousness, manifest as prajnana, the potentiality, ultimate possibility, the power of every being. Again and again, Bhagavan reiterates how power manifestation is a way to experience the Turiya and Turiyatita state, the heightened intelligence and heightened intelligence falling into the such powerful space of consciousness. I am consciousness. Prajna manifest as prajnana, potentiality, as ultimate possibility for every and each and every human being. Who's Paramashiva? Paramashiva is Ajomuha, beyond the form and formless. He's living being, all-pervading, and beyond the manifest and unmanifest, Vyakta and Avyakta, doing the Panchakritya, Srishti, Sthiti, Samhara, Trabhava, and Anugraha. Manifestation is regenerated. Manifestation is pulled out of vibration, and manifestation is liberated. Sriti, sustenance is manifested, sustenance is sustained, sustenance is regenerated, sustenance is pulled out of delusion, sustenance is liberated. Regeneration, samhara, regeneration is manifested, regeneration is sustained, regeneration is regenerated, and regeneration is pulled out of delusion, regeneration is liberated. Delusion is manifested, delusion is sustained, delusion is regenerated, and delusion is pulled out of delusion, and delusion is liberated. Anugraha, liberation is manifested, liberation is sustained, liberation is regenerated, liberation is pulled out of delusion, liberation is liberated. Paramashiva, who has come down as our Swamiji, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam is a reviver of Kailasha, the ancient enlightenment civilization, the great cosmic borderless Hindu nation. He is an avatar from and a supreme pontiff of Hinduism. He has made the science of power manifestation yoga temple-based university for humanity. So which an order of Kailasha led by His Divine Holiness and Nithyananda order of monks, nuns, and Hindu diasporas are working for global peace and give superconscious breakthrough to humanity. Nithyananda Hindu University, world's largest and extended campus in 150 countries, is collecting, organizing, preserving time capsuling, decoding, spreading, reviving 20 million source books of Hinduism and 64 sacred hearts, science of Ayurveda, music, dance, sculpting, astrology, Vastu, and many more. His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, his 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam, Shamlapya Sarvanpita, apex body of Hinduism and present Emperor of Suryavamsa Surangi Samrajyam. His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam has survived the worst prosecution of multiple assassination attempts on person and character by anti-Hindu element. Shiva gives the world the science of power manifestation, which is authentic, time-tested, scientific, and foolproof. The Shastra Pramanas, Veda Agamas, the eternal, unchangeable truth revealed in the Hindu source scriptures. The Apta Pramanas are the Rishis, Munis, Ganas, Nainamars, Alvars, and Siddhas for authority of Hinduism, who are the scientists who time-tested and verified the science of power manifestation. Atma Pramanas are the avatars who land on the planet Earth to give the superconscious breakthrough to humanity. His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, this millennium avatar's personal experience of each power manifestation. Shakshi Pramanas are the experience of millions of disciples, devotees, and followers initiated into the science of power manifestation. The Shastra Pramana. Shastra Pramana from Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 92, Dharana 69.
The Shastra Pramana for the power of remote vision is taken from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra, Sutra 92, Dharana 69. Vyomakaram Swama
Such a beautiful sutra. Here, Bhagavan gives us the translation. Concentrate and cognize with restful awareness on oneself in the form of vast etheric space or sky, which is the limitless in any direction whatsoever. Thus, the Chitik Shakti, the power of consciousness, freed from all support, reveals and manifests herself as form of one's essential nature of self. Bhagavan beautifully says how when we are stable in the mind, the whole cognition starts happening. When we are having the one-pointedness, how our higher self is the only goal of life. When we cognize and concentrate, that restfulness is the very way we are existing, the very nature of ourselves. First declaring that, and simply we will be able to see that the illusion and the delusion, the constant reaction which is happening, the pandemic fatigue which is happening, which can be just ignored or made it redundant, the power of consciousness is freed from all that. The beautiful space is revealed and the Shakti is manifested as herself. So beautiful that Bhagavan has given us the unclutched, the ultimate levels and techniques where we understand when we are unclutched from what is happening, when we understand that whatever is happening, it is happening by nature. We are not contributing, nor we are achieving, nor we have anything to achieve. When we understand there is nothing that we need to do, everything is as is. By contributing, we understand only that more and more to be unclutched. The contribution that we need to do is in the inner space where we go on unclutching doing everything that we need to be doing, taking responsibility completely and being unclutched completely to experience the consciousness, experience the Paramashiva manifesting through us. The more and more we are unclutched from what is happening, and more we see as a manifestation, the power manifestation, Shakti manifestation as our life, we will start having gratitude. We will start seeing as auspiciousness. We'll start seeing that it's the Paramashanta Swarupa, the inner space, that how Paramashiva is manifesting. We will start falling in tune with the higher reality, the original self, the nature of the self, how the whole cosmos functions. And Bhagavan beautifully says, Vishnu is the biggest grahastha who runs the three worlds, but he is lying in the bed and he is in such restful awareness to show that you can run the whole universe by being unclutched. The very nature of how the nature exists, our life also is in tune with that. We'll be in Paramashanta Swarupa, and all the auspiciousness, all the health, all the beautiful things starts happening in our life. When we are stable with our mind that the higher reality is the only way how we need to exist. When constant boiling is happening, when this pandemic fatigue is happening, Bhagavan beautifully says, intensely unclutch every moment to experience that you are Paramashiva. When the pandemic fatigue is getting boiled inside, to get you liberated to the superconscious space, continuously unclutch will make it happen. Bhagavan beautifully explains in this sutra, the Shastra Pramana. Up the Pramana, Sanjaya was blessed to narrate the whole Mahabharata war for 19 days through Dhritarashtra. Nothing, he was explaining whatever was happening in the battle, and he was able to manifest the power of remote vision. And Sanjaya was very lucky, and Dhritarashtra was able to hear the whole Bhagavad Gita. Only 4 people heard the Bhagavad Gita: Arjuna, Bhishma, and Sanjaya and Dhritarashtra. Because of the power of third eye, he was able to hear the Bhagavad Gita and tell to Dhritarashtra also. Such a beautiful space Sanjaya experienced for 19 days, and Dhritarashtra also heard the whole Bhagavad Gita. Up the Pramana, Bhagavan himself, when he was a small child, he played the Leela of remote vision. He always addresses and tells all his friends that we do not learn through 5 senses. The education system has destroyed the way we exist and we understand and we function. Again and again, he has told very clearly, life is just download. You already know everything. You're part of everything. And it's like you not understanding your own body parts. You don't understand of your own things. Like that, we are taught that only books can teach us. But Bhagavan beautifully says our whole biology thinks, every cell can remember and restore and download so many information. So his friends challenged him, and he goes to Vibhudananda Puri and says, what should I do? She says, just have a remote vision and reveal whatever needs to be revealed. And so he goes back to his friends, and when they asked him, what is the main deity of the temple, which was in a remote place on the hill, on top of the hill that nobody knows, Bhagavan simply saw Subramanya, and Subramanya gave darshan to Bhagavan, and he revealed it, and his friends were so shocked to the detail that Bhagavan has revealed. Every time Bhagavan beautifully demonstrates these powers to show us in a humanly possible way. He does not express anything divine, he says. In humanly, when you break the boredom and tiredness, when you connect to the space of Paramashiva, unclutch, you will also be able to experience who you are. It is the divine we are who are in the human body, Bhagavan says. We are not the human living as divine. We are divine who are living as humans. So beautifully, Bhagavan gives us such beautiful Atma Pramana, Shakshi Pramana. Millions of disciple devotees, followers have experienced the power of remote vision. Here, this devotee has experienced seeing Bhagavan with Ganesha statue, and after a few minutes saw in the oneness capsule the same scene, and he was so shocked to see how it happened. And such a beautiful oneness space that he has experienced. All these experience, when you read, you entangle that moment with the experience to the higher reality. That's why sharing all this experience will put every person into the higher frequency. Now, let's start with the round one. We are going to scan the home, the childhood home. Please connect to a family person or a friend whose house, when they were young, you have never visited. So make sure you scan the color of the house, the number of rooms, and unique features. So it's very prominent to their house. So let's start. Let's sit straight with the head, neck, and spine. And remember Paramashiva in your third eye. Again and again, remembrance is liberation. Absolute unclutching to experience the state of Paramashiva. Complete completion to experience the space of Paramashiva, the inner identity and the outer identity, which created by the mind, constantly trying to connect us to what is happening in this world, but continuously unclutching from both the identities, that whatever is happening is like a movie on the screen. You are like the screen. It cannot be affected. It can happen on the screen. It is projected on the screen, but the screen does not get affected. When you hold that space, Bhagavan says, for 48 hours, you'll be enlightened. Experience the oneness with Paramashiva by ferociously breaking the boredom and tiredness. When you break the boredom and tiredness, when you can tune yourself into something, the higher reality, continuously without boredom and tiredness, when you break it, simply you experience the powers of Paramashiva. Tyaga as Paramashiva is your only strength. Tyaga is declaring your higher identity. Again and again, you are Paramashiva. You are the consciousness. You are not the matter who is having judgment, views, ideas, suggestion, and looking for attention. Nothing. You are simply the higher reality, higher potentiality. So holding that again and again and not getting deluded by any other identity, the inner identity or our outer identity, you become the being of Paramashiva. And chanting the Mahavakya, continuously your whole being vibrates with Mahavakya, with a deep listening. When you chant, you start raising your frequency, opening to the Dvadashanta, the conscious space in you, and connecting to the higher reality. Let's start the first cycle. We are going to have 10 minutes oneness capsule and Mahavakya. Intensely, let's chant, and whatever gets revealed, share it with other person. So let's start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. We'll play the oneness capsule and please continue chanting the
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyananda, such a beautiful space to experience the remote vision of the childhood home. We are going to do one more round and we are going to scan somebody's office or their relative's place where it's completely new for us, which we have not visited before. You can tell their color, number of rooms, and unique features. When we tell the real detail, it's so beautiful that how Paramashiva is revealing through us. We can experience the oneness space in reality. Now, let's sit straight with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Remember Paramashiva again and again in your third eye. Absolute unclutching to experience the state of Paramashiva. Complete completion to experience the space of Paramashiva. When we are totally unclutched, continuously, whatever is going on in the outer world, it does not touch us. How the dream never touches us. The body does not say, I am the body, or it possesses. We only possess the body. So when we understand not to possess anything, when we are completely unclutched, not getting attached to any of the ideas or views or suggestions or learning anything which is created by the mind, which creates the identity for attention. When we drop that, simply we have only the experience of Paramashiva inside us as the higher reality. We experience the bhakti, continuous melting with Paramashiva. That becomes the Tyaga, and you become the being of Paramashiva. And continuously chanting the Mahavakya raises our frequency and simply connects us to Paramashiva space, manifesting the Paramashiva state, space, powers, and superconsciousness and being of Paramashiva. So let's start the second cycle of intense chanting, and whatever gets revealed, the new place that you are revealing for that person which you have never visited, simply will manifest through you, and you'll be so shocked how they feel literally you are living there, walking there, and seeing the things. How Bhagavan appeared in two places. Every time in our dream, we appear in many people's dream. Like that, we can appear in remote visions and see whatever is there as part of us and experience the oneness and reveal the details. So let's start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Again and again, completely surrender, completely be in the oneness and chant the Mahavakya. We'll play the oneness capsule now for 10 minutes, and then you can write down whatever is revealed and verify at the end of the Mahavakya. Let's start the second round. Continue to chant. We'll have the oneness capsule and Mahavakya now.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
I bless you all. Let you all open all your three eyes and manifest the powers of Mahasadashiva.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda
The recording has stopped.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
This meeting is being recorded. The recording has stopped. This meeting is being recorded.
Nithyananda.
The recording has stopped. This meeting is being recorded.
Nithyananda, such a beautiful space of experiencing the remote vision. Please share in tinyurl.com/power manifestation. Bhagavan, every time he says enrich and enrich, contributing to others' life is making us more and more in the space of unclutching. When you start contributing, you don't possess anything and simply you feel unclutched. Bhagavan's beautifully given us the ultimate science of unclutching by just sharing all these power manifestation to the world and causing their higher reality. Please share in the tinyurl.com/power manifestation your experience of scanning the house, or the other person can experience the whatever they experience, they can share it in the video and post it in the tinyurl.com/power manifestation. Again and again, we are asking you to share so that you will raise to the higher frequency, making all this as your reality. So let's surrender all this powerful cognition and power manifestation to Bhagavan's lotus feet. Again and again, remember Bhagavan in your third eye. in deep seeking and gratitude, ask Bhagavan to make all this your reality. With that, let's remember Bhagavan in the third eye and end this session with the Purna Mantra. Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Padakarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you for participating. See you in the next Power Manifestation session. Nithyananda.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Om Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.